conference on the topic of extension management strategies for sustainable agriculture. We start the conference with invocation. Thank you. The goal of sustainable agriculture is to decrease the environmental degradation and to enhance the environmental quality and natural resources to take better advantages of our on-farm resources. There are many varied extension management strategies attempting to use sustainable farming practices in order to increase the rural economic development. Here, the international conference begins with that objective. So now, without further ado, we warmly invite Dr. M. Vetrichavan Sir, Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture Extension, Annamalai University, to proceed the welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Greetings. Most respected Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dr. M. Prakash, Member of Executive Council, NABS, prestigious guest speakers of today's event, Professor Padma Shri Dr. Vaniga Sundara, former Professor and Head, Department of Agricultural Extension, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Sardinia, and former Chair, Sri Lanka Development Journalist Forum, Kandy, Sri Lanka, and Dr. Sendil Vinayagam, Principal Scientist and Head, ESM Division in charge, National Academy of Agricultural Extension Management, Hyderabad, and the organizing secretaries, joint organizing secretaries, faculties, students, ladies and gentlemen. So I welcome every one of you wholeheartedly to this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we warmly invite Dr. M. Ganapathy Sir, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Annamalai University, to deliver the inaugural and presidential address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Vetrichavan, Professor in the Department of Extension. Dr. J. Seelan, the Organizing Secretary. Jay Shankar, Dr. R. Jay Shankar, Dr. V. Shaktivel, members of the faculty, my dear students, eminent speakers, Professor Padma Shri Dr. Sundara and Dr. S. Sendil Vinayagam. It gives me great pleasure to be here to inaugurate this International E-Conference on Extension Management Strategies for Sustainable Agriculture. Extension has been one of the important prime subjects of study in agriculture because it's very difficult to give technology, but the adoption is really very difficult. The other day in one of the presentation, I happened to go through that. They said that the hybrid sorghum cultivation, when it was introduced in Iowa State, the Corn Belt, it took 13 years for adoption by the farmer even in America. So imagine the plight of India. So, but at least nowadays people are educated, the farmers are educated, so the process of creeping in could be really easy. But still, it's really very difficult. So you play a very important role in the farm production and management practices. So I feel this subject taken for the E-Conference is appropriate. That is extension management strategies for sustainable agriculture, the current trend on how agriculture should be practiced in the present scenario. So I take pleasure in inaugurating this E-Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we warmly invite Dr. P. Jayasekaran, sir, Professor, Department of Agriculture Extension, Annamalai University, to explain the importance of conference and introduction of the guest speakers. Welcome, sir.
Most aware Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. M. Ganapathy sir, Professor and Head Department of Agricultural Extension, Dr. M. Betty Silvan sir, my co-organizing committee members, Dr. R. Jayashankar and Dr. R. V. Saktivel, audience, both inside the hall and all over the globe. Good afternoon, everybody. This international conference on Extension Management Strategies for Sustainable Agriculture is supported and sponsored by the National Academy of Biological Sciences, Chennai, and the Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi, under the PERS 2. Agriculture is a basic human activity that is fundamentally dependent on nature, and at the same time, it's a threat to it. By acknowledging the key impact of agriculture synchronized with the environmental crisis we face, the concept of agriculture, sustainable agriculture, emerges as a necessary precursor. Sustainable agriculture uses agriculture practices that take into account environmental cycles. In simple terms, sustainable agriculture is the practice of eco-farming, promoting economically viable, environmentally friendly, and socially feasible methods and practices. The ability to meet the own needs of future generations can meet the current needs of the society without compromising. Therefore, sustainability has evolved into the need of the hour. Although the public extension system has tried to encourage agricultural activities to maintain optimal levels of agriculture, its results have not been encouraging. With these points in mind, this current international E-Conference is planned to learn about extension management strategies aimed at sustainable agriculture through pioneer of farming activities. Coming to the first speaker, Professor Padmasri, Dr. Vaniga Sundara. Professor Padmasri Vaniga Sundara was born in a remote village in Colombo district in 1953. His father was a farmer and the mother was a homemaker. Unfortunately, his father passed away when he was 10 years old. So the great struggle he has brought up by his mother. After his schooling in Colombo, he graduated with a bachelor's degree in agriculture from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Paradenia, Kandy, Sri Lanka in 1977. Soon after his graduation, he was appointed as the temporary demonstrator and a lecturer in the Department of Agricultural Biology and Crop Science in the University of Paradenia, from where he was graduated. After serving in the faculty for about 1 year, he joined the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka as an advisor. In 1982,
He was awarded a scholarship for postgraduate studies in the field of agricultural extension and rural development at the University of Reading, UK. Subsequently, he earned a doctorate from the same University of Reading in 1987. He was the first full-time extension worker to complete a PhD in Sri Lanka. He was awarded a fellowship by the European Union to pursue his postdoctoral research program on climate change communication at the University of Minho, Portugal in 2013. In 1988, he joined back in the Tea Research Institute and was promoted as a senior advisory officer. Then he headed the advisory and extension division for 4 years. He had been there for over 16 years. While serving in Tea Research Institute, he managed to introduce new extension programs based on the insights gained from his PhD research. He pioneered the use of audiovisual technology in developing extension aids to popularize tea technologies among the tea growers. Some of his audiovisual productions are popularly used for teaching in several universities and training institutes. At the Tea Research Institute, he was involved mostly in technology transfer functions. He also conducted many farmer training programs for managers and all levels of employees in tea plantations. Based on his doctoral research findings related to knowledge systems in tea plantations, he had introduced some innovative extension training programs and audiovisual aids. Despite the effects of his untimely accident causing a serious spinal injury, he continued to serve in Tea Research Institute, leading the extension team. In November 1994, he joined the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Paradena as a senior lecturer in the Department of Agricultural Economics and Extension. Since then, he had been teaching almost all the courses, that is from agricultural extension communication, natural resource management to organizational behavior. He served as a faculty in the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture for over 25 years and contributed significantly to the teaching and research supervision related to the disciplines of agricultural extension, rural development, using his unique experience in practical rural extension. His research work was mostly related to developing extension models, development communication approaches. He has served as the senior research supervisor of a number of master's and doctoral research students who completed their research degrees. He has offered his expertise as an examiner in some of the Sri Lankan and Indian universities. He became the professor of agricultural extension in 2009. He served as the head of the Department of Agricultural Extension for 6 years and also served as the acting dean in several occasions. He developed a SLUBI and guidelines for courses like agricultural and development journalism, preparation and use of audiovisual media, and internship. He was involved in the UGC to develop the curricula in Sri Lankan universities. He also served as UNDP local consultant to develop master degree on organizational management, which has come one of the most popular programs over the years. He was responsible for developing services of the audiovisual unit of the department and produced several high-quality video documentaries and training material for the university and for some of the government and non-governmental institutions have. He contributed significantly to improve the student welfare and the public relations as the secretary, chairman, or a member of Students' Welfare and Advisory Committee for nearly 15 years. He has authored 7 book chapters published by reputed publishers, over 35 research papers in referred journals and non-referred journals, 16 monographs or reports, and over 15 research abstracts. He also has presented in many conferences, seminars, and workshops. He has been invited to write chapters for internationally reputed organizations and journals. He also significantly contributed to the revival of Sri Lanka Agricultural Extension Association and establishing the network of extension and advisory services in Sri Lanka. Professor Vanika Sundara contributed substantially to the Sri Lanka Agricultural Extension Association as its honorary president, treasurer, and executive member. He is specialized in the fields of agricultural extension, rural development, communication and development, agricultural journalism, media use, and natural resource management. He has had special training and postdoctoral programs in recognized universities in Canada, UK, Portugal, the Philippines, and India, and also made presentations at several conferences and scientific forums held in many parts of the world. He retired in 2019 and continues to teach as a visiting lecturer. After his retirement, he is doing some teaching and supervising student research at the Postgraduate Institute in Agriculture. He works more closely with the Sri Lanka Development Journalism Forum as its chairperson. which is unique organization engaged in research, training, and development projects related to development communication. Regarding his family, his wife is a teacher. They are blessed with only one daughter who is a doctor. That is, she is an anesthetist. His son-in-law is also a doctor, an ENT surgeon. He is blessed with two grandchildren, a boy and a girl. Professor Vaniga Sundara is a practical man. As he taught in classrooms about the family system, he lives in a joint family with his daughter and his co-parents-in-law. So with this an introduction, I wholeheartedly invite Dr. Professor Vaniga Sundara to deliver a lecture on research challenges and opportunities for agricultural extension in promoting sustainable agriculture. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Can I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so let me share my screen. Right. Vanakkam, Ayubowan, everybody. So Ayubowan is from my language. Sinhalese, may you live longer. So can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So my topic of my presentation today is recent challenges and opportunities for agriculture extension, promoting sustainable agriculture. So the members of the head table, Professor Ganapati, Professor Ventiselvam, and Professor Prakash and Professor Jayaselan. So Professor Jayaselan actually gave a fairly detailed account of myself, and I was feeling where have I been recognized for doing something for sustainable agriculture. I was so when I was first contacted by Professor Jayaselan, I was also a little bit reluctant because although I have been doing some amount of work in the field of agricultural extension, the sustainable agriculture related agriculture extension has not been one of the main areas of my research and development work. However, when I was digging through the past work which I have also got involved, I realized that there is something that I can recommend to these young people from our region to get together to do. So let me just show my content of my presentation today. So I will be introducing a little bit about the topic and then talk briefly about agriculture and agricultural extension in Sri Lanka and sustainable agriculture. Very brief introduction. I am not going to detail because I am not an expert of that. And extension management, some key issues related to extension management and some challenges and opportunities. Basically, my experience from the Sri Lankan sector, Sri Lankan agriculture sector, I will be talking about, and some ideas as to how we should move forward. So I am glad that we have one or two scientists from Sri Lanka also joining, and among them the present director of extension, agriculture extension and communication in the main department of agriculture, Mr. Sudha Singh has joined. I believe he is still there. He is a busy person. And also we have Dr. Siddhakaran, who is the current head of the Department of Agriculture Advisory Division of the Tea Research Institute, which post I was holding 30-40 years ago. So, but he did his PhD in Coimbatore Agriculture University, and he has done something very relevant and developing agriculture extension system. So I will be talking a little about that also. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly present where we live. Although we live not very far away from each other, it was even to me when I was talking to, I have never been to your university, I have been to some universities and some parts of India, but I have been a few times to Chennai, but not gone out of very much to the in the state of Tamil Nadu. But if you take about little bit about Sri Lanka, maybe there are students also participating, and some of you all may benefit from some brief introduction, which I am going to give you. Right. So we have a square area of nearly 65,600 land mass, and 21.7 million people. And in terms of the people's religions, we have 4 distinct religious faiths and Buddhist, Hindu, Islam, and Christian. So the majority are Buddhist. So this is some basically who are living in Sri Lanka. So we our agriculture sector mainly depends on our economy is dependent on agriculture, and basically then the government exports and tourism is the other income earning enterprises for Sri Lankans. And our GDP has been increasing reasonably, although there has been various setbacks. So it stands somewhere around $4,000 at present. So which some people say that we are now belonging to a lower middle income country. I am not very sure. Right. So, but the percentage of contribution to GDP of the agriculture sector is coming down, and now it is about 7%. And of course, the service sector is increasing, and it is nearly 60%. Okay, so the workforce 25% is still involved in agriculture. So that is, I think, something that probably we have in common. And 50% of the farmers are unfortunately part-time farmers. So this is a problem. So that is the reality again, with the various the younger people moving away from agriculture, and some of them are remaining as part-time farmers. So we have the percentage going up, and the farm size is very small, although we have some form of land mass. Some reasonable extent is under the forest cover, and various other irrigation and the urbanized urban area. So farm size is less than 1 hectare, about 0.9 hectare. And export agriculture, export earnings are still nearly over 20% is coming from agriculture. So which is why we are very much dependent on agriculture for our economy. And we are rice eaters, like probably your people in Tamil Nadu, and we cultivate 800,000 hectares of paddy, and our yields have been varying in different parts of the country. The dry zone and the wet zone, where dry zone under irrigated agriculture, it is above 5 tons per hectare, and in the wet zone where there is more cloud cover and more frequent rain cloud. So we have about 3 to 3.5. So this is a little bit about our agriculture sector. So the crops wise, we have paddy, like I said, then other field crops about 215,000. Spices, we have, oh sorry, that is there's a mistake. That is coconut. Coconut 400,000 and spice about 135,000. Sorry, about 200,000, and the tea is 200,000. Yes, rubber is 135,000. So these are some brief statistics about Sri Lankan agriculture, which I am sure you can compare and see that the Tamil Nadu itself, if you take from India, is twice as big or more than maybe bigger than twice as big as Sri Lanka, and also have nearly 3 times population. And compared to your state and India, we are a very small, tiny country. Okay, so agriculture education, if you take extension education, the pioneer institution, as was mentioned by Professor Jasilan, is University of Peradeniya. And it's a beautiful place. It is Garden University of South Asia, some people say. And we are the, in Peradeniya, agriculture faculty is the only faculty which having a agriculture extension department. I can see that most many agriculture universities or other universities in India has agriculture extension department. We only, there are about 7 faculties of agriculture, and out of about 12, 13 universities in Sri Lanka, but most other universities, either they are combined with agriculture extension, or sometimes they are not having agriculture extension as a name for a faculty or a department at all. So PGIA, Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, also has a board of study in agricultural extension, which we are part of. And so we are basically pioneering, because the Faculty of Agriculture is the first faculty even established in the University of Peradeniya in the early 1950s. So from that time, we have been having agriculture education, agriculture faculty, and somewhere in the 1970s, we introduced the agriculture extension. While we were actually undergraduates, I can still remember Professor A.T. Mosher from US was the one who introduced agriculture extension into the Faculty of Agriculture, and we used to listen to him. His American accent was very difficult to follow, and he used to come and take lectures, and we used to sometimes go to sleep. I hope you guys are not sleeping right now after hopefully a lunch today. So I am not very sure I can keep you all awake effectively, but I will try. Okay. So talking a little bit about agriculture, status of agriculture extension in Sri Lanka. Again, this knowledge is, of course, is not necessarily a very brand new knowledge that I am presenting to you. This is known to people. So main extension services are provided by this department of, especially the provincial departments of agriculture and provincial departments of animal production and health. And the plantation sector and spice sector and other sectors have their own respective institutes and departments coming under either agriculture or other ministries. And the extension and advisory services have been undergoing some form of reforms and change, but we have been struggling to have some form of consistent policy for agriculture extension. Now, this I feel that is a serious bottleneck and an issue in our country, because compared to some of the other even South Asian countries, we are far behind for that in that respect. And the effect also can be seen, and we are not doing very well in terms of our agriculture as a business or economic enterprise. Right. So, so there is a lot of pressure to be responsive to the clients, and some sectors with their somehow willingness to change, they have been able to accommodate and develop those sectors. And private sector has also been coming in and trying to fill some of the gaps, and we can see that private sector is happening in other parts of the world. Private sector is also coming, and I will touch upon a little bit about those also. And we went through a serious problems of fragmentation and structural changes as a result of this 1989. We have had this 13th amendment for and created provincial councils. Although this country is much smaller than even your one state, we have had to accommodate, or at least to find solutions for various political and other issues. They have started this provincial government system, and extension was one of the subjects was provincialized to those respective provincial departments. But some form of agriculture extension services for the food and livestock sector is also handled by the central government departments also. And one significant change that happened in the 1990s was the removal of the village level extension worker. We used to call KVSS, and then they were making them public administration village level officers. We call it Grama Niladhari. Now, this was a very, very unfortunate reality where we had very successful farmer extension linkage and farmer research extension farmer linkage. This was broken down while by doing this serious removing all the village level extension workers. And however, now the other sectors also faced various problems like fragmentation and breaking down. There was earlier one department of agriculture when we were students to look after most of the crops and livestock sectors, but subsequently they were broken down into various ministries, and departments and institutes, and agriculture extension was becoming everybody's baby and nobody's baby actually. So somehow I like to present one or two successful examples, but in many respects I don't think we are doing as efficiently or as successful as even India. But this food production, especially rice and paddy production, we have been able to intensify our production targets and achieve almost self-sufficiency, and extension has been quite a research and extension has been really helpful by the Department of Agriculture. The credit goes to Department of Agriculture. And they introduced in the 90s group extension methods, to increase the productive potential, and integrated crop management practices were introduced. And so in the new tools like cyber extension, in multimedia CD-ROMs to communicate technologies to the farming community, conducting some group methods like crop clinics, and also mass media, quite a lot of mass media programs, campaigns, and various competitive competitions and other popularizing activities were also conducted. And some of these things have been were very useful, and also especially paying more attention to the high potential areas when it comes to, there was the irrigation, a lot of paddy in the dry zone is under irrigation, and some of the very successful irrigation schemes can be found in Sri Lanka. As you know that this tank irrigation is traditionally age-old successful operation in Sri Lanka. So granary area program was one of the things that went on, and the Department of Agriculture was able to lead that and also become a mediator with other inputs and credit supplies with the banks, and so that was also helpful. And good agricultural practices were introduced by the Department of Agriculture to realize that the people were trying to rely more and more on agrochemicals and sometimes overuse of these, so that some form of sustainability was expected, and such programs were also successfully implemented. And mechanization was also developed fairly well, and lot of human and animal power was replaced by machineries, and the young farmers particularly benefited from that. And various packages for different areas, rice growing areas were introduced, and which was also very useful activity. And monitoring and evaluation or motivation activities by all stakeholders got together, and like especially the provincial departments and the central department units have been able to work together, not necessarily because they have very solid policies, but at least because they were all belonging to one agriculture service. So therefore they were able to more or less work together without having serious conflicts or repetitions. And subsidies and marketing interventions have also been very useful. And as probably you know that fertilizer was very heavily subsidized from early part of this century, and until very recently right now we have the fertilizer and other agrochemicals importation have been totally banned. Okay, so the cyber extension was another very successful initiative especially by the Department of Agriculture and also by other agriculture extension services. So cyber extension projects was done by a very good pilot project, and then it was working well, and we evaluated some time ago and we found that it was effective. And multimedia CD-ROMs, as I mentioned, and telephone links and connections were provided, and there was this toll-free agriculture advisory service with a hotline, so anybody can call and get their problems sorted out, and that became very popular. And also online support services like this Wikipedia and other online services, and these other government departments also have developed this kind of ICT initiatives, and some are doing reasonably well. Okay, so we have been finding, private sector coming in, as I mentioned earlier. So regional officers. They are from their regional officers, and they were more interested involved in product purchasing, marketing, like middlemen, and then slowly they have also they have come forward to support the farming activities and production aspects also. And so they were using these specialized trained teams by these organizations, and they had mobile vehicles, mobile units, and soil testing and various other input supplies was going on. And the mass media programs they used to conduct such programs. And in fact, the faculties, as our faculty of agriculture was involved, audiovisual media unit, as was mentioned, in developing some such effective packages with this private sector, and also, of course, in the government department. Market-oriented exchange service was more or less developed slowly, and the dairy sector, poultry sector was even now, I think they are the leading extension and advisory service providers, and fairly successful. I'm afraid the Department of Animal Production and Health has not been able to develop their extension services as to the required levels for various shortcomings. And so these are the private sector example I like to present briefly is Ceylon Biscuits Limited, which is a local biscuit, basically biscuit and food producing company, providing or sending some of these things to India and many other countries. So which is fairly successful. And also Biofoods, organic spice and tea producing and exporting company, which I was also part of it during 2012 and 13. I was serving them as a management consultant, because it is more of the tea and spices are involved. I was able to use my knowledge and experience and work with the management there, and even develop the advisory service. Okay, so if you talk a little bit about this Ceylon Biscuits Limited, I like to present a few points which are I think is very important here. Because now when we talk about sustainable agriculture, although seemingly the state extension services are somewhat behind in introducing this sustainable agriculture, like replacing a lot of these external input intensive agriculture to more sustainable agriculture. This particular organization, I am very happy that they have within a very short period have done a lot to promote sustainable agriculture, and they are very successful and helping farmers a lot. And one of the key reasons to me is because this organization headed by this particular agriculture services are headed by Dr. Rukshan Gunatilaka is one of our former PhD student, and he was very successful in managing the tobacco company leaf department, and he became a director there, and then he left that and joined this organization. And a few things I like to just present. And 13,000 families are shown the good practices, and they are having various contracts with them, forward contracts, and some of the cultivation methods and most of the operations are very environmentally sustainable operations. So they support farmers to adopt land efficient or soil friendly. That is how they call it. I downloaded this from the website. So anybody interested, it's very easy to get these things from the website. And this intercropping and diversification, because as we know, the agriculture development, when we were advancing to get more and more yield, the monocropping and crop intensification was implemented more than diversification and intercropping. So these people have helped farmers to introduce these more sustainable systems, and reducing the artificial fertilizer and regenerative crops and organic farming operations have been promoted by them, and giving them training and sharing knowledge and facilitating those processes, and also to improve the quality and their produce and farm level produce. And Govi Pavulai's farm family program has been very successful in getting the whole farm family involved and improve their livelihood and even including their health and education. Right. So they were providing with various equipment and implements, and guaranteed prices and pricing schemes have been introduced. And so they have formed over 1,000 organic farmer grower networks, and some of their exports of produce come from these farm families. They are certified organic farmers. So this is a very successful initiative. And for women, and especially for women, they have also introduced programs, and for a sustainable agriculture program, it is very important that you consider or try to develop the the complete household, including all the women and children, so that they have been doing very successfully. And not only just at the household level, but even at the community level, they have been improving a lot and doing a lot for the farming community. So this is just to give you an example as to how sustainable agriculture can be practiced if you really want it. And we, unfortunately, in the government sector is struggling, and even until this government came out with this very abrupt policy decision to stop immediately the importation of artificial, especially synthetic nitrogen fertilizer and the agrochemicals, pesticides and things like that. So we have now the faced with the problem. So we are really lost as to how we could support the farm families and what is the role of agriculture extension. I'm afraid I don't have direct solutions, but I will try to give some as I in my way. And recently we have been, although we have not been doing much research and development work, and as extension scientist in the development of sustainable agriculture sector, we have had some extension methodology development of extension approaches. So this is with my involvement with some of my PhD students, some systems have developed. Now this is one successful private-public partnership, and this para extension service was developed by Dr. Sidakaran, who is also joining the who did his PhD in the Coimbatore. And hopefully, if we have a time, we might be able to listen to him for 1 or 2 minutes to see what he feels about. Because he is the current head of the extension service, of a very important plantation for tea sector. And integrated information dissemination system. So how can farmers be benefited by having a integrated information system where you have your technologies, your inputs, and your marketing, everything can be done in one under one shop. So this system was developed by again Dr. Samansiri, one of my students, former students. And mobile extension is another area that is developing fairly rapidly and fast. And we have done some research as to how the messages should be developed, and some important research has been done. So these are just a few things that has been happening, but unfortunately the very conference theme, management of agriculture extension for sustainable agriculture, we are lagging far behind. So that I have to agree, and for which I don't necessarily feel very good. But at least in my own way, we have tried a few things, and we have, through our students and former students, we have probably done something. So the participatory PPP extension model, I like to present a few things, because as we all know, the government sector, even if they really want and have funds, it is not very effective, and you cannot have the reliance on government funds and government workers to conduct extension services all over and to all kinds of farming communities. So therefore, it is very essential. And in the tea sector, we had the same experience, especially the tea small holdings sector was developing very rapidly. And right now, the plantation sector and small holding sector we have, and even the productivity and other profitability, the small holding sector is far ahead, where the plantation sector, which was very much ahead in the past, now is not as doing very well. Then that also has undergone a lot of nationalization, and the companies have been made public companies, and all kinds of management changes have happened for the large plantation sector. And so this tea smallholding authority, development authority, is the authority dealing directly with the smallholders extension services, and the tea research institute is providing and linking the research with the institute, the tea smallholding authority. So these two organizations are principally involved in so providing extension services to the service through involved in giving the technical support or the leadership to this participatory model. And this field level, the farmer level extension is more or less handled by the factory extension, because people, the tea factories go to smallholders almost every day to buy green leaf. They pluck green leaf, and I am sure you all know even this how it is happening all other tree growing areas. So these people have the frequent contacts, and therefore the model is trying to technical knowledge. We improve the technical knowledge and regularize this inputs also. And then we have the four stakeholders: agro input dealers, government agencies, tea factories, tea processing factories, and farm organizations. So they are working together, and we have developed this system, and we have evaluated, and that system is working fairly efficiently. So we are nearly 3:15. I think I have some more time. If there is any advice our conference management want to tell me, please go ahead and warn me if I am talking too much or too much of not that important things, please. Am I okay with the audience, you think? It's only one-way communication, so it's not sometimes it's not easy for us to do it if you had a physical okay, right. Shall I go ahead? I think yes. So there is nobody is preventing me from talking what I am talking. So let me go forward fairly fast, of course. So this particular model I was trying to tell you, because this is something that we have been successfully developed, and it is gaining popularity. So feedback part, which is one of the responsibilities of agriculture extension, was very poor, very weak, and the scientists think that they know what is happening in the field, and the farmers don't care what is giving from the research center. So like that, we had a big gap, and the extension was supposed to fill that gap, especially providing the feedback about the technologies, the evaluations done by the farmers of those new technologies, and that has also been made more efficient through this partnership system. So recent evaluation has actually shown something that we did not expect, which is very useful for the extension management, I think, because the partners have developed trust and cohesiveness. When we started testing this model, partnership PPP model, the government, especially the tea smallholding authority people, were very reluctant, because they were worried that factory people are only buying leaf, and they don't have the technical knowledge, and they are not interested in improving the farmers. So therefore they were a bit reluctant to get into this, get involved also. But soon they realized that their numbers and their funds are not enough to reach the growing number of smallholders. So now with this system, whoever works under this system is operational in several locations, and they are working very cohesively. So they are all doing something together for the farming community. And long-term focus. So usually the long-term focus is lacking. Most of the organizations and extension also same, they are only the budget is annually given, or whatever number of program that they have to complete the budget, or within the available budget restrictions, they do something, but no long-term follow-up activities were done. But through this system, it was possible. And rich resources and the people in this model. So this is the locality, the coming under this, the farmer group coming under this factory, given selected factory. There are well-to-do farmers and also very poor farmers, but they were sharing. earlier it was not happening. So these people now used to share their knowledge and their resources very well, so that they feel belong to this as a group. And so that's a little bit, not really a bit, but at least what I like to present to you about Sri Lankan agriculture and agriculture extension. Now, I am not going to explain much about sustainable agriculture, but as probably you know that there are various kinds of approaches, models have been put forward, and agroecological farming, low external input agriculture, non-pesticide crop management, natural farming, regenerative agriculture, conservation farming, permaculture, agroforestry, which are fairly old, organic farming, biodynamic farming, new agronomy, climate smart agriculture. So these are, I am sure, all familiar to you, and they have some subtle differences, and sometimes the expectations of these different models are not necessarily all exactly the same, but they all have the sustainable characteristics of sustainable agriculture, where the systems are, whatever that happens under those models are more sustainable. But there are myths also. I just thought of that came to my mind. I have a feeling that the some times very often when we try to reduce the external inputs, the worry is that ST practices reduce yield. So how do we feed this growing population, and how do we make the ends meet? So that is one kind of a generalization which I am not very sure whether if you manage these sustainable agriculture practices well. I think I have seen, I have also experienced through the biofood period that and also subsequently, it is not that bad, and it is with very low cost. You can have almost same productivity and sometimes higher productivity. And any alternative to go to agrochemicals from anywhere is better. Now, as it is right now, it's happening in our country. It is the trends are that because there is no artificial nitrogen and other chemical pesticide sources coming in, and the various other concoctions are coming to market, and there is a general understanding that it is free of, then it can produce, you can produce free of vasavisha, free of poison food. So which is I think it's a kind of a myth, because anything bad is bad, whether it is artificial or chemical or natural. And other thing is, now sustainable agriculture practices are generally going along with this nature, natural systems, and sometimes it's difficult to test them and evaluate them and do experimentation like we do, like the kind of agricultural research systems that we all are familiar with. So I am sure this such kind of things may have been discussed by different people even in this conference. I am not very sure, but these are some of the issues that we have to also remember to face, that these are extension challenges for extension, even those myths and generalizations. Right. So I like this particularly agroecological principles that has been developed, and I have seen this reference, and I really like this the 13 principles that has been put forward, which is, I think, very valid. I am sure the problem is our extension people and many people don't know about these things. So that is where sometimes the sustainable agriculture is not taking off as required. Right. So what we need is pluralistic and location specific extension services, because sustainable agriculture cannot be like just one variety for the whole country or one fertilizer mixture for one crop. So that kind of type of thing does not work with sustainable agriculture. I am sure you know this. So it has to be pluralistic and ecologically and economically and also socially sustainable systems have to be promoted, which doesn't work with the very short term extension kind of short term intervention, and enable farmers to produce with reasonable financial and social cost and receive a fair proportion of the price paid by the consumer. So although sometimes some people have the feeling that sustainable agriculture kind of products have to be sold at a higher price, whatever the price that is sold, the farmer has to get a reasonable share of the price paid by, and to ensure that also becoming a challenge to extension services. Right now, I am sure not even 50%, very much lesser than 50% of the price paid the consumer goes to the producer. Quality food. Of course, consumers also benefits from the sustainable agriculture because they receive quality food and with minimum harm to the nature, which is everybody's nowadays expectation. All right. So, what has been happening? A few examples I like to share with what is happening in what happened to us and my personal experience also. And as we all know, these government red tapes and going along with this transfer of technology, heavily depending on this and developing various extension strategies was not very helpful. And working with so many organizations and having effective linkages when you have so many organizations, the same farm has so many different crops and animals, and which is being looked after by various different organizations. So it's a highly complex thing, especially in our country I'm talking about. And however, now the subsidies are the ones that have been used to promote certain selected technologies which have been particularly supported by international expertise, and which I am sure when it comes to sustainable agriculture, we can't rely on external knowledge. It has to be indigenous knowledge. And so what unfortunately happened in the recent decades is that with the introduction of very high external input agricultural, agronomic and farming systems, the people, the farmers, especially in our country, have started being very relaxed. They don't necessarily work in the farm daily. So, very good example that I have seen is when I had the opportunity of visiting some countries in the eastern part, like the orient of our South East Asian countries. When you go early morning, they go to the field. Very early morning, they will be in the field working. And our farmers, they will go very late. Because maybe 9 o'clock or sometimes 10 o'clock, because they had been drinking on the previous night. So these have been the real reasons. So they relied even to weed control. They used to apply, some chemicals, too much of chemicals, weedicides, and sometimes even fertilizer. I have heard people, I have seen to my very own eyes that weed control is done by applying nitrogen fertilizer. This is madness. So these things have happened because of this limiting the inputs and the time spent. So therefore, this ITK, indigenous technical knowledge, that was existing when we were small children and when we were watching our parents doing farming, we have seen some form of very, very effective systems being operational at that time. I am talking about 45, 50 years ago, but now these are all lost. And the people used to work together, and the yayas, the tracts of lands paddy fields were cultivated very effectively together and sharing labor. So those things, the group action has got lost, and with the new technology, they can have individuals doing whatever they like, and as a result, they have faced a lot of problems, and they have to be increasingly dependent on external inputs. Okay, so I don't think I have some thought of sharing some experience which I had particular experience where we worked against those things as extension workers. We have developed various tea nursery skills management program. While I was working at the TR, I have to popularize nursery skills management among the smallholders who did not have previous experience of cultivating tea. And the productivity enhancement training course in the university is another case in point where we have got the students to learn how from the beginning and understand the local situations, and then develop the program with the involvement in a participatory manner and conducting training programs for the farmer communities. And one of these experience has been written by one of my students as a blog to Agriculture Extension South Asia network. So if you go to the IAESA website, you can see that. Okay, so so what do we have to do? So we have to engage in better planning, better organizing of resources, and leading the process, and also have some systems where we can control what is being happening. So when you don't have systems thinking, all the people are doing individually and separately, and when the extension, the existing setup is not working together. But like I said, the participative private-public partnership system has proven that it can be done. So system thinking has to come in. So even in the formal education system, we have not been teaching our children how to work together. So the highly competitive mind, everybody is to their own self. So that trend is continuing even to their work life, and that is one of the reasons why it is very difficult for people to get on to sustainable groups kind of approaches in agriculture extension. And of course, right now the director extension yesterday told me that he is running with 50% vacancies of his agriculture officers. So there is he needs, I am sure, about 500-600 agriculture officers for the whole country, or maybe more. And so he has only 50% of that cadres. So it's very difficult, even because there is no village level extension worker, and we have some intermediaries, but without the top and the bottom, it's very difficult to manage. So these are very serious problems. For sustainable agriculture, we need to think about this very, very seriously. And when it comes to the leading part, we have experience where biological scientists or agricultural scientists who have not much had social science kind of outlook are leading extension organizations. And some extension organization in our country is led by pure administrators who hardly know anything about agriculture or what agriculture, the knowledge and information system of agriculture. So this is there are ample examples from our sector, and I hope that such mistakes are not happening in your sector. Okay, so therefore we can find lot of problems with teamwork and not understanding each other. So lack of empathy. So the methodology is another thing. Now extension research is not developed very much. Although I probably was one of the practicing extension worker to do a PhD or doctoral level research for the first time in our country. And subsequently, there are others also. But most of the extension workers, once they have completed their research degrees, they are not allowed to do any research. They have to just fall in line and just work like the other, the field level extension work. And so much so that my director, who was a entomologist at that time when I was doing my PhD, he was telling me that you will be overqualified when you come back. And he maintained that he was very unfortunately, the whole extension service could not be developed as much as we could have because of the poor leadership. Okay, and the system has to be properly understood. Now, this is especially by the extension workers is very, very important. And I think I don't want to go into detail, but the nature is the main thing. Then you have a lot of knowledge systems, and then social system operating within this nature. And of course, we can't escape economic system is very much there. And to coordinate all that, there must be organizational system. So in extension, so we have to manage all these rather than remaining in just only in the knowledge system and doing very little for the other systems. So extension workers, extension services have to look after all these subsystems if you want to engage or promote sustainable agriculture. That is my strong view. Okay, so what is recommended is now this reverse extension. Now the Dr. R.M. Prasad has written a nice blog, and he has been a proponent of this approach called reverse extension. Scope of education should be changed. So the extension education scope of extension, how you develop extension methods have to be totally reversed. So this is like reverse engineering, where you dissect and break down some successful systems and try to understand and learn from those successful cases and try to apply and replicate. Very unfortunately, we are quite famous. We are quite happy to invent the wheel. Always, whatever we do, we don't want to learn from the previous research. And as I mentioned, there is some form of research work to develop very good systems at PhD level research, master's level research. A lot of, but policymakers or the people who develop various extension systems never use of this knowledge. Very unfortunately. And you have to start from where clients are. The client is the most important, and it is not the organization that is important. It is not the politician that is important. It is the client which is important. And if you can start totally reshaping the extension management, then only you can find some system that would be helpful. So what when we are doing assess the successful, there are successful approaches. I told you, even this example I presented in the CBL has been is finding a very high success because it is run by people who really understand the intricacies of these social, environmental, natural systems. So we need to learn from those experiences and work together. It is not like, you know, passing the baby or criticizing each other and just keep quiet. Okay. So it is the farm that is in the center rather than the organization. Right. So for do all that, we have realized that it is nothing but working together. It's networking. So I have been a strong proponent of this kind of work. And as I mentioned earlier, agriculture extension in South Asia and the Global Forum of Rural Advisory Services are they are doing quite a lot of taking initiatives to make sure that we learn from each other. We have the facility to develop into a more professional extension services. And this particular organization we have set up recently have been doing some study when this new policy change took place. What is happening when artificial fertilizer is replaced? We ask our client or extension workers, and as you can see, many people were fairly majority said that it will decrease the productivity. So that so these are the concerns that they have. Some only very few have said that it will increase or it will not change. But this is the real feeling, attitude, the knowledge that people have. If our own extension workers are not with the sustainable agriculture, so this is whose fault? So the extension management. So have to take the leadership in there. The other one that we asked was the facing new policy changes. So can the existing extension methodology face the policy changes and still serve the community? So 50% said no. So somewhat capable. So therefore, it is very clear that from the views of the extension workers, from very senior to very junior extension workers, we find that this is a message that we can use. It is a first-hand message I am sharing, which was actually the knowledge of national agriculture, national or rather network of Association of Agriculture Extension and Rural Advisory Services of Sri Lanka. Right. So how much of it can be replaced? So people think that only 30% of organic can replace, but 70% has to be remains as synthetic. So this is not happening right now. At least it is more than 50% has to be organic and sometimes, you know, totally inorganic, of course, is okay. Right. So, but the point I am trying to make here is, so effectiveness will come down. So this is the agrochemicals, especially the pesticides and things. The locally developed material is, the alternatives are not available. So therefore, everybody can see that there is a serious threat in our country to the agriculture production and food security if we do not find the solutions and if we do not organize the extension service accordingly. So the getting examples, getting learning from each other, like the deliberation that you all are having, will be very useful. And yeah, so this is ISA website I am just presenting. So I am not very sure because we have been working with the people in the Hyderabad area and and also in the New Delhi and some other states. This ISI is fairly active, but in South Indian some sectors probably are not very much involved in this ISA. But ISI, we all have to have this kind of South Asian because some countries are benefiting. already in the region, there are regional networks like ISA all over the world. So these are going on. Global Forum is working fairly efficiently. Is because it is the understanding that everybody that it has to be networked. We can't just have isolated experiences and then expect the agriculture sector to be developed. In this respect, I like to just share one experience with you, which happened about 50 years ago. You all are not even born, most of you, I am sure all. There was the visit from the Toklai Agriculture Research Station director to the Tea Research Institute, Talawakele in Sri Lanka. So this particular gentleman was a great gentleman, and we were after various scientific activities, we were in the sports club. We were having actually a drink and having a relaxed talk, and he was suggesting, he knew that I am from agriculture extension, and he was suggesting that we all should learn from each other. We must work together because the tea is there is no dwindling, there is no reduction in market. So if we work together and share our experience, it will work. But typically our people are very competitive in mind. Even Upasi or other research stations, and I had the similar experience even in the Indonesian research, tea and research, Sincona research station. So they are very much willing to work together and share our experiences. In the Western world, it is happening. Sometimes they even have a bigger competition among each other, but still they are willing and they are working together very efficiently. So this is what is lacking in our country. So we are forced to undergo these changes. My suggestion is that you have to melt the gold. The existing jewelry, existing things are should be totally changed, like this reverse extension I was talking about. So which is I don't know how to do it. I think I have spoken too much. I don't know how to do it, but I am presenting to young people, the upcoming scientists, to think about these things and see whether it's worth doing something about. Integrated demand-driven extension approaches have to be put in place. So public sector should be networked with private sector. It has to be the alternative. You just can't have one sector taking the whole responsibility. And various mechanisms of agriculture extension workers to become responsible to the farmer community. Now, as long as we are not responsible to the real stakeholder, we can't succeed. So that sometimes there has been experience from different parts where the extension worker is directly, his benefits are controlled by the farmers. Okay, young and women have to also be attracted and also supported in agriculture extension in order it would be for sustainable agriculture. So these are some of the research outputs that I have where these systems have been developed, and none of these things are actually about developing seriously management of agricultural extension towards this sustainable agriculture. But hopefully some of these experience will be helpful, and that's basically all what I want to say. I don't know whether I have taken some maybe 5 minutes more. So thank you very much. So what now? I hope you all got something useful, and so that's basically what I wanted to share with you today. So Dr. Jayasilan or somebody can comment. Are we having some discussion or are we inviting some for questions or comments? I will stop sharing the slide. Ladies and gentlemen, hola, asleep? Yes, there's some in the chat box.
Good afternoon, sir. It's a very nice presentation. I am Professor Senthil. I am the next speaker of next to you. So it was a very well, very good. Yeah.
Have I taken your time? Have I taken your time?
No. We are pleasure to have something from you. It's no problem. I am in office. It's a very good presentation, very good discussion about the importance of the extension in different areas. Your vast experience has really spelled out a lot. I think the organizer, Dr. Jayshilan.
Some messages are coming in. So hope
Yes.
some. Are we opening up? Are we opening it for discussion? I don't know. Maybe we have past time already.
Sir, I am available, sir. Jaysilan, I am available, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Sir, there are some questions in the chat box.
Yeah. So there is someone is asking, explain the concept of extension plus. Can somebody do that? I'm sorry, I am a little bit not clear. I can't recollect talking using this term.
No, the word, yeah, extension plus, he is asking that extension, beyond extension. That's what extension plus we say. What we do normally in technology transfer, beyond that, let us think about it, extension. That's what an extension plus indicate. That's why some other person is asking, what can you explain about extension plus? So now technology transfer, for example, when we say then agriculture extension, we are not only on the technology transfer alone. The extension plus indicate about marketing also. We are supposed to have a knowledge on the beyond the extension aspect, right? When you are transferring the technology, you go all along with marketing aspect also in the mind of the farmers. So that's what probably that is the answer. It is for his questions.
The problem with this, the whole concept of extension is wrong. What we do in the name of extension is not extension. There is nothing extending. So this was very ancient. In fact, when I was doing my PhD, my supervisor asked me to check how this word came into being. So I went to the Oriental and African Studies Library in London, and all those things I was doing. Now I think that is a problem. So even people think that it is like an extension code type of thing. So technology is the only thing. So therefore now people are now even talking about the extension plus. But I think extension is, I used to use this extension elephant. I'm sure sometimes you will know this. There are 4 legs. It is encouragement, and there are so many other things, and not only just information and advice for extension. So there are other things, and so that is probably is very important to understand. It is not only technology transfer. Right. Anything else? I don't know whether there's any other in the chat box. Dr. Jayasheelan? That's important. Yeah, food security. So there's somebody is asking for the SDGs. So poverty, hunger, food security, they are all basically agriculture. So this is, although it is not recognized into a separate SDG, but I think we are all within that environment. Sustainable management is basically the whole gamut of SDGs are about sustainable. So sustainable agriculture is very much of a part of that. Any comments from any others for that comment? Agricultural importance and strategies for attaining sustainable development goals. So to me, that is the core.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Vani Sundara, sir, thank you very much.
Right. So I think maybe is that all. So we can close the session. Do you want to?
Yes, sir.
You can do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So really, I am very thankful to Professor Vani Sundara, sir. When I contacted him over phone, so immediately he accepted my invitation and given his concern. Really, we are thankful on the behalf of our Department of Agriculture Extension, Faculty of Agriculture. We are very much thankful to our Professor Vani Sundara, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Regarding the second speaker, Dr. S. Senthil, who is working as the principal scientist and head Education System Management Division in charge of National Academy of Agriculture Research Management, was born in a village called Vallanadu, that is nearby Agriculture College and Research Institute, Kiligulam, in Tirunelveli district of Tamil Nadu. He graduated from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, that is he did his BSc Agri from 1983 to 87. Subsequently, he completed his master's degree in agricultural extension from 1987 to 89 in the Department of Agriculture Extension and Rural Sociology. He cleared the ARS in the year 1990 and started his career in the ICAR, that is Indian Council of Agriculture Research, during January 1991 as the program officer at Zonal Coordinating Unit ICAR Bangalore. He served there for 9 years, and he became as the senior scientist in the year 1999 by December at the Central Rice Research Institute, Cuttack. Later on, he moved to NRC for soya bean, Indore for 8 years. From 1995 to 98 onwards, he did his PhD in Kerala Group University, that is in the main campus, Velayani. Later, he worked as a faculty head of the Department of Training at Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth for Development, Sriperumbudur, for a short period during 2007. Later, he moved to the National Institute of Rural Development in Panchayat Raj, Hyderabad, as the professor and project director for 4 years, followed by director agricultural extension of the National Agricultural Management Institute called Manage, Hyderabad, from 2011 for 3 years on deputation basis. On completion of his deputation from Manage, he worked as a principal scientist of agricultural extension at the Directorate of Surgam Research for 1 year, and now he is working at NAM since 2015. He was deputed to South Africa, Kenya, Liberia, Malawi, Afghanistan, and Sri Lanka as an expert for sharing Indian experiences on agricultural and rural development. He published 10 books, 40 research articles in well-reputed journals, about 50 chapters, full papers in edited books or manuals, and presented more than 70 papers in national and international seminars and conferences. His areas of interest may be capacity building, entrepreneurship development, project management, monitoring and evaluation of extension projects, agribusiness management, participatory approaches for agricultural and rural development. Coming to his family, his wife is a homemaker. Their elder son called Shiva is a software engineer working at Chennai and got married. Mrs. and Mr. Senthil Vinayagam are blessed with a grandson. His second son, Captain Perumal, is a medical officer in Army. That's all about his family. Really, I am very thankful to my college senior and Anna Senthil Vinayagam. I welcome wholeheartedly my dear brother to present his paper on the topic on youth in agripreneurship for sustainable agricultural development. Anna, welcome on behalf of the Department of Agriculture Extension Faculty of Agriculture. Now over to Senthil Vinayagam.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jishilan. I'll share my screen and right. So it's clear. My slide is clear, Dr.
Yeah, it is
Jishilan?
clear. Yeah, it is clear. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So very good. Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon to all. It's really a pleasure to be a part of the international conference on extension management for sustainable agriculture being organized by Department of Agriculture Extension, Annamalai University. And let me start with I'll say Namaskar, Vanakkam to Padma Shri Vanigam Sundarji, who has done my previous presentation. It's a wonderful presentation in which I was also able to get the benefit of his experiences and also the intellectuality, and also the Dean, Dr. Ganapathy sir, and Dr. Vettiselvan, Professor and Head, Dr. J. Seelan, Dr. J. Shankar, Dr. Saktivel, and all other faculty. And also there are participants representing from the different part of the country who are all attending this conference. So good evening to one and all. I just make the recollect of the earlier presenter. When he was talking about, there was one slide, it was indicated, which is the slide of the AESA, which is very clearly indicated, somebody might have read it also, that rural youth have the potential to make agriculture sustainable with proper guidance, if they can be the game changer in the leading the path food security. So very importantly, it was a very apt for my topic. It was coincidentally when I was going through the previous slides presented by used by the previous speaker, very importance was given about the youth in the agriculture. And of course, considering that importance, the youth, rural youth in agriculture, my topic is confined on how do we bring the youth in our programs, what are the roles, how the schemes and programs are supporting us for this agriculture development in the country, which we are going to make it. So let us, you kindly see that the slide, which indicate that in another 2,000 years, our population has to going to have a large number. It's going to be around 7.5 billion world population. How do you there are the challenges which you are going to make it. Similarly, when we look into the population growth, that the challenge is going to come about how do you are going to feed the billions and the human beings are going to be fed. When compared with the developed countries, the developing countries like India, which is having a big challenges due to the population enhancement and also the reduction in the large number of natural resources, which is coming down. So how you are going to do the balance, the food security, and also today we are talking about the nutrition security along with the food security. So this is the other aspect which has been the aspect. However, in view of the expertise available with us in the system in Indian agriculture, having around 117 ICAR institutions and also around 74 agriculture and allied sector university, we were also able to stand in the market based on by our research innovations. Our technological innovation has made tremendous change in that. We were able to have to get the first in the milk production and also in oil seed, the groundnut, mustard, rapeseed, linseed, cottonseed, in which we are able to all these oilseed crop we are able to produce, and we are able to export the cashew nut around 31%. We are able to in the world aspect we are able to export it. We are the second in the fruits and vegetable in some of the selected fruits and vegetable. We are in second. We are second in the wheat, rice, jute, sugarcane. Third in the cotton production. Fourth in fisheries. Fifth in eggs production. And seventh in meat production. All we are able to stand in the different position in different commodities, and we are able to show our technological intervention, which has developed by our own research organization, has made tremendous change in the farming systems. However, Indian agriculture is facing the problems. As everybody is aware of it, I need not explain much on that. We have the problem with the weather on the weather aspect. It is a different aspect. And the sustainability issue, which is due to the land and the environmental degradation, the profitability which is coming down. So there are as large number, more than around 80% of the farmers are the smallholder of, so our productivity goes down. And the investment by the public sector, public investment by the government's investment, which is going down from only around 3.5%, right? There is a climate change, or as everybody knows that there is a climate change in all respect, whether it may be drought or it may be flood or it may be, so the crop yield has been reduced to around 30%. By 2050, it's going to be reduced to 30% of it. At the same time, our population is increasing it. And we have a major problem with the marketing of our product. So, so we have many challenges. At the same time, our strategies for providing food security, it's already clear, very, very clear that instead of having disease, water, energy, nutrition scarcity, our technologies like production technologies, new plant varieties, all helping to get a food grain production yield. So we need to produce more on food, essentially the same land with less water, nutrients, fuel, labor, and in changing the climate scenarios. So these are the challenges which I indicated. There is we need to produce a good quantity of the required food requirement of the food productions required for it. So why we need the food security? Are we not reached the food availability now? So we have the question are in front of you with the slide. You can see very, very clear about that. our country, you just see that hunger remains #1 cause of the death in the world, which indicate that's an AIDS, cancer. But beyond that, a person, that hunger alone, it's the #1 cause of the death, which is very much concern about that. If somebody's death is due to the disease, it's the different reason for it. But the hunger remains #1. 42% of the world's under the nourished children are live in India. It's really a pain to hear this word in this reference, which I have taken from the different source, that it's really painful. And around 200 million Indians are sleeping, without food. And 700 Indians die of the hunger in every day. 7,000 Indians death, it happens. So there is so food security has become, food availability has become more important. So for that, the sustainable food security has brought, which indicate there are 3 A's. There are 3 A all important. The one is availability of food. Make the food is available to everybody of it. That's more important. So any government, when we are selling, whether it's in developed country or developing country, whatever may be that, so food should be available for all of us. And second is, it should be accessible to us. Very important of it. I have a water in front of me, but it is really, I have to stretch my hands beyond my limit and to take out the water. So then there is no use of having water in front of me, right? It should be able to access it. So similarly, my food is able to accessible by everybody. So availability is one. We were able to produce 306 million tons of food production. But again, the hunger remains same, which I indicate. So it means people are able to access it. So make the food is being accessible to them. The third, it should be very much absorbed in your body of that. Whatever the food I take it here, it should absorb with us. So other way. So the 3 A's are more important to address about the food security aspect of them. So the government of India, which also makes a lot of effort on that to provide the food security and also along with the nutrition security of that. So in which there is a nutritional budgeting has been done to assess the nutrition availability of the different foodstuff. So, and there is facilities are created to develop a large number of requirement of traditional storage units for the perishable products. Fund allocation and the documentation of best practices. Then allocation of the funds for research on the traditional food security practices and indigenous act, etc. It's been carried out. So these are the nutritional security complement, right, which will support along with the food security, also has been considered by the government of that. Keeping these views, the government of India has brought the food schemes in India. As all of you must be definitely well aware of that, there are a good number of food schemes. Every state it's having a different type of name. Nomenclature may get changed. There are some states it's called Annapurna, Annadotya, Anna Yojana. There are in a different names. Food schemes are being operational, is being implemented, right? So these are the schemes which provide the food with the subsidy, with the less cost through our public distribution systems. The poor people in the country, they get the food, which I said it that availability of food and also accessibility of the food. So make it more accessible to them, right? Our PDS system, the public distribution system, is helping them. So the country has come out with the national food security missions with a new initiative on the 3 important aspects of the rice, wheat, and pulses. They brought it in our PDS to provide the people with the rice and wheat and pulse, and also we also supported the large number of programs like ICDS, child development schemes for the school children, pregnant children, lactating mothers. These all comes are very important as part of our the nutritional aspect of them. So National Food Security Act in India, it came in 2013. The main aim of the National Food Security Act is to provide the food grains in a subsidized rate, at least so that it can address around 2/3 of our Indian populations will be getting of it. In which also include the Food Security Act includes midday meal scheme, integrated ICDS scheme, and also PDS. These all also is be part of our Food Security Act in 2013. So the salient feature of our National Food Security Act, which says that our 75% of the rural population and 50% of the urban populations are entitled for 3 years of the food grains in per month, with a very subsidized rate at the rate of ₹3 and 2 and 1 for rice, wheat, and coarse grains, either millet or any pulses with the 1 per kg. So, which is to be given to this large number of people in the country of them with the subsidized rate for them. Similarly, there is the scheme also says that pregnant women and lactating mothers also they are entitled for the 6,000 rupees for 6 months. Now the amount must have enhanced. So, and the children are around 6 to 14 years of the age, they will get the free hot meals called the through midday meal scheme. They have to get it. The central government provide the food and food grains to all the states. And there is a scheme of the poorest of the poor of the people also. They are entitled to get 35 kg of the food grains of them. So these all the schemes have helped the people to make it the accessibility of that. So to make availability of the food, which I said it that AAA, in which I said about first A called the availability of the food. All our ICR institution and our agriculture research institution has done lot of effort to bring the technologies in that, which I said it that our technologies are able to reach to the farmers, which have done lots of breakthrough. The dramatic change happened in the production aspect of that. There's some example of some of the crops which I've indicated here in front of you. You can see that in the case of the rice, Pusa Basmati, the variety of the 1509, which has indicated that so you can see that it has been there is a lot of changes happened with that, around 20% enhancement in case of the rice in its enhancement yield. In case of the wheat, if you look into that, it's around 137% enhancement happened in 1981 to 82 to 2014-15 due to the technological aspect, the breakthrough which has made it about of 90 million tons of the wheat we are able to produce. Similarly, in meat of the hybrid maize, around 243% enhancement in the production, which is able to enhance it. It is not only stopped in the food grain production. If you look into the animal and animal sector and fishery sector, it has reached to the surplus in such a way that milk. You see that today, if you are going to any shop, even in a midnight, you want 100 liters of milk in any particular location. You go to the different shops, you will be able to get the 100 liters of milk at a time of it, right? So milk is available, though it is considered as a perishable product. We made the milk being available in different parts. I don't see the enhancement between 81 and the 2014-15. It's around 300% is enhancement of the production. It happened. We are able to make it over 137 million tons of the milk. Yet you look into that 580% of that. So egg production has increased, fish around 270%. So we are able to enhance the productivity of the different commodities by our technologies in a different commodities like rice, wheat, maize, and fruits, vegetable, right? And also we are able to do in the animal husbandry sector. And you look into this particular picture of that the cropping pattern to address the challenges based on the requirement of today's in agriculture. If you look into the 2000 and around the 20 years after, our cropping pattern also get changed of that. The area which has grown with the rice in a larger area with 29%, it has come to the 24% now, right? Similarly, the soybean has taken a little more larger area of that from 4 to 8%. There are the crop maize, it took around another 2% enhancement. Wheat, it enhanced to 2% enhancement, right? So there are many, the cropping pattern also has been changed. If we look into how this cropping pattern has been changed, for which the relevance which indicate that our consumption pattern also has changed it. We look into the consumption pattern, people who are now today, you can also see that there are large number of South Indians started taking a roti, chapati in our day as a dinner, and every time. And so there are some places along with the rice in the lunchtime also we take rice with chapati. Look at the south, in the north aspect. There is a change in the food habits happen. There are people who take they started using the rice-based items like idli, dosa. So there is a change in the food consumption pattern has changed. Similarly, the change in the taking of the animal product. There's a lot of changes have happened. It large number of people has become taking the non-vegetarian item of it. You look at this table here, the chicken which has been done in the rural and an urban area. There is a urbanized sectors now. There is a large number of people are able to they are taking the chicken as the very important food for them. And so there is a change in their food in the consumption pattern has made the farming community to change the cropping pattern, because the demand of the product has been enhanced in the requirement area. Accordingly, the production also has got changed after. The one way they do the climate or the technology also made the change of the cropping pattern. Now another aspect, the consumption pattern also made the people to take it to change in the system. For example, you take it in the soybean. When I was working in the soybean research institute in Madhya Pradesh, Indore, there are people started using the soybean for the food product with the value addition. A lot of consumption has initiated it. Today, there is a demand has increased on the soybean with the different pattern. Soya atta is coming out with the multi-grain atta. It's coming out, right? Soya biscuits are coming. Soya paneers are in the market. So now today you can see that all the big market soya paneer is available. That made the farmer to have more soybean area in the growing area of that. So friends, there is a change happened. It our agriculture sector has changed the large number, which I said it. We were able to do the production, which I said it, that 306 million tons of the food grain production, 325 tons of the fruits and vegetable, and the milk around 175 million tons, and 106 billion eggs, 13 metric ton fish. These all have helped us to address some of the issue on the food security and also nutrition security. Still, there is a challenges on the natural resources. It's a big challenge. The challenges on the water, soil, environment, biodiversity, these are the forests. These natural resources have a lot of pressure in our agriculture system. No, there is a lot of support is required, lot of reclamation is required, lot of technological aspect is required on that. So see this slide in which our Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, which he addressing. What is addressing? So we have done all the revolutions. We have brought it. We have brought the blue revolution, which I have said it, white revolution, no, a green revolution. We have brought it everything. This all required it very much on. There are three important areas he pressurized on. That three yes, he says, that is called skill, scale, and speed. So to all this revolution, which you have to make it very successfully, to make it more sustainable, right? So we have to aspire, we have to bring three aspects. We have to bring the skill, we have to bring the scale up and speed up. And to whom it's required, and he has given a more emphasis on our youth in agriculture have to be imported with a lot of skill is very much required on them. So the skill and agriculture, to protect our agriculture, the aspect, and also to reduce the stress on the different area which I indicated in the different area which I've indicated in the aspect. So there is a lot of support or strength is required for the youth in this aspect of them. So where are the youth? So we are fortunate in the country today. We have more than 54 or more than 50% of the people of the youth in agriculture, which is less than 25 years of age. So we have a very good potential strength we have among the youth in agriculture. Youth, we have it. I'm not telling about youth in agriculture. We have in the country of youth we have less than 25 years. Compared to all the countries of the different aspect, if you look into the USA, Japan, and Europe, average age of the youth is ours is the youngest, which is having 29 years. When you look at the Japan, the average is 47. So we have the youth of the 29 years, which is around, we are need of our total workforce is 487 million people. And the another angle, the report again, our NSSO report says that more than around 40% of the farmers who are ready to quit the agriculture, considering that due to the various reasons that our farm holding size are reducing, cost of the increase, the input is increasing, right? And we are not getting the much profit of it. So the farmers are ready to quit. And at the same time, we have a strength of the youth in the agriculture also standing it. And again, we look into this in the workforce of that, it says that hardly over 10% of the farm workforce only formally trained and skilled. So there are a large number of people can be given a proper training and proper skill that definitely probably may be addressed into the different challenges of them. So in this process, what indicated that they mentioned there are around 215 million people of the workforce which need, there is a competence required about the knowledge and the skills for increasing productivity, income, and gainful livelihood. So can we not think about our agriculture extension system that why don't we provide the vocational education, vocational training, vocational the skill development program in the agriculture sector? Definitely it may address or it may be bring the challenges of the youth in agriculture which were making it. So the youth status, if you look into that again, it says that in another 2030, it's not very far. It says that again, it's going to increase around 7%. Is going to increase it. So this 225 million youth workforce, which they are sitting idle in the country, with neither they go for in higher education or they are in the employment or they are not training. That's what 2013 report it says. So there is the alarming situation to all of us that we should able to use this youth for the energetic and for our country generation. So let us empower the youth in agriculture, and it will definitely not only provide the nutrition and food and livelihood security, it also takes care of our national prosperity. So let us concentrate on the youth. That's what which I consider that youth aspect can be considered. So why our youths are not coming forward? There are many reasons are behind it, that there are high rates of unemployment or underemployment. There are places those who are done even with a higher education, they are not able to get that's I think you all know the difference between unemployment and underemployment, right? There are in underemployment when we get with a high qualification, there are people are entering it. Today, if you take it in any advertisement, you give for a very small portion of 7,000 rupees or 10,000 for in a data entry. There are a large number of graduation with engineering or post-graduation engineering are ready to join for the salary of around 10,000 rupees in the country now, right? So there is when we are not able to give the proper employment to them, so they are ready to come on underemployment. Then there is predominantly people are start moving from their youths are prefer to move from rural to urban area. As though our Dr. Abdul Kalam has given the very picture about the Pura, right? Provision of the urban amenities in the rural areas. His idea was the excellent idea. So you develop your rural areas equivalent to the urban, automatically your migration will be stopped. Right. So the Pura concept also is very important here. So there is a reasonably people are moving for many job or education or many other purposes. The youths are moving from rural to urban, and they are all lack of skills in gainful employment. They're raising the averages. The negative view of the youth towards agriculture as a way of life. So these are the crises which happen in the aspect. And the challenges, sometimes the youths are interested to take out the agriculture, right? But they have some challenges. The challenges are they are not able to get, they are not getting the complete knowledge on the agricultural aspect, or they want to start some type of entrepreneurial activity they have to start. So they have insufficient access to some of the information, and the limited access to land, inadequate access of the financial services, right? And difficulty in assessing the green job, limited access to the market, involvement in policy dialogue. It's more important today. The participation of the youth in the policy dialogue is most important of that. So they have a very less role in the involvement. You take it, every sector, there is a very, very less involvement of youth in the aspect. Lack of agricultural education, agriculture content in their education when they are doing the school, it's very, very less content it is available. Like not much important, the importance of the agriculture is not been highlighted much on that. Then high risk in the agriculture profession. See, these are all the challenges youths are expressed. that these are the challenges which they are having it. So we have a strategy, we can develop a strategies considering the youth of availability here, that the country like us, which is that the advantages to them, that 1.34 billion people have a large, we have a consumer base. India is such a vast country. We have our consumer base is a very, very large number, right? And it's also having a number of diverse agroclimatic conditions throughout the year, which will help them to start different entrepreneurial activities. And the entire year, they can take up the different type of seasonal activities in agricultural sector. Sorry. And they have an ample opportunities available for commercial agriculture, processing aspect, marketing aspect, export. These all available. There are a large number of opportunities are available. We have to bring them, we have to orient them on the different aspects. So there are good strategies, good number of schemes which can, which are available to them. We have to make them to, sensitize them on that. And we have to attract the youth in agriculture. The farming must both intellectually satisfying and economically rewarding. Very, very important aspect. That's what Professor Swaminathan is given a 3-pronged strategy has given it. Right? While you are attracting youth, the youth should see, he has to be mentally satisfied with that. Intellectually, it should satisfy them. It should give a lot of rewards. Financially, it should reward him. Right? And he has given in a very 4C concept for the attracting youth. That's called the scheme called in ARIA. When it came as a later scheme like an ICR, it's called ARIA. That conservation, cultivation, consumption, and commerce. These are the 4C aspect will help them to improve the productivity and profitability of small holdings, and gives a lot of scope for the agro processing, agro industries, and agribusiness aspect. Don't limit them with only on the production only. Make the people to have a lot of potential on the beyond agriculture, beyond the production. Let us help them and promote the opportunities to expand into the service sector, which can expand on the technological and economic operation, farming operation. So there are the strategies have made good. And again, a very important aspect also another strategy bring it, which I highlighted earlier also, bring the youth in the decision-making process. In all your decision-making, see, when we go to the different villages, most of you are having a lot of experience. When you go to different villages, most of the time we will see the senior farmer or elder farmers only will be available in that. You make a smaller group, again, the farmers group will be with the average age of more than 50 or 55 only will be available. We don't find youth in any of the groups. Right. So whatever decision which we will make it with the help of the elders, we'll make it here. But here the strategy which indicate that bring the youth in decision-making process. So the reason is today youths are exposed to the lot of technological aspect. Right. They are able to have their the smartphone in hand. They are able to link. They are able to do the network. They are able to. But they are expanding their widening it. So bring the youth in with. That will help to bring to a lot of significant changes in the agriculture. It happened. And there is a need to involve youth in the decision-making process in all the levels, right? See, for example, in case of in Atma, we have the 3 levels we do it at block level, district level, and state level. There is a proportion of the youth also involvement in the decision-making process. There is a mandatory in Atma, which we have made it, right? So there is a need to bring the youth in every level of the decision-making process, their aspect, and that may help you to enhance it. So by doing this process of that, you will be able to enhance their knowledge, skills, and attitude of the competency have been increased. Now I'm coming to what the government of India is doing for the youth, for the empowerment. So how you can bring them for the agriculture development. So the government of India initiative for the youth empowerment, which all of you are aware of that, the concept of the Skill India, there are different schemes have come from the different ministries on the skill development. Skill development in agriculture alone, it's taken care of. We have a separate Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has been placed. The government of India provides large financial support on the skill development in the country. I remember when I was working at NIRD, the skill development program, which started with the agriculture and rural developmental activities in our 2017. When I was in NRI, I was identified as a nodal officer to start the skill development project on that. There was a scheme called Swarna Jayanti Gram Swaraj Yojana. Under the scheme, there is a special project funds were created and started the skill development project in the different organization in which they provide the skill and find the placement for them, and those people will get the employment in the sector. Particularly only for the rural mass, it was created of that. Many sectors came. Leather sector, apparel sector, nurseries, they are down. In agriculture sector, people have come, like an organization like ILNFS, and there are quite good number of organizations as came forward to take up the projects, and they were implemented skill development project. Now the same project has been expanded in a different form. For example, Deen Dayal, DDU GKY, it's the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra. Good number of skill development projects on the agriculture aspect also have been implemented. The second important concept is called Make in India, right? So here, the government of India would like to make many materials to be prepared by the Indians. So young Indians to be involved in production of the domestic as well as with the international market, right? So they have to encourage the many product like in handicrafts, handlooms, textiles, herbal products. A lot of support has been provided to make the people the product of the Make in India products. The third scheme with support for the youth, I think all the faculty may be very well aware of that. For the youth in agriculture who are coming out from the diploma or the degree in agriculture and allied sector, there is a scheme of ACABC, Agri Clinic and Agri Business Centers now, which also provide around 2 months training program, giving the handholding support, providing free support of the boarding and lodging facilities, linking with the bank. Bank is providing the financial support to start the enterprise with around at least around 34 to 44% of the subsidy which has been given to start the enterprises. So the scheme has been operational with under the leadership of our managed institution. So Agri Clinic and Agri Business Centers are able to bring a lot of changes in that. Throughout the country, there are almost around 70 or 80 units, agribusiness units are established. Of course, latest figure may be large number, which I am not familiar with manage at present. So when I was in manage also, I was able to, I was involved in Agri Clinic Business Center. It was one of the best schemes for our youth in agriculture, particularly the unemployed youth who like to start entrepreneurial unit in the aspect of them with the support of the government support. And there is other initiatives from the government of India for that, the Startup India and Stand Up India. So this is another initiative in which today large number of incubators. See, now you may be very well aware of that. The Startup India concept has been initiated in large number of incubation units have been established. You may be knowing there are 3 types of innovations, incubations are there. One is ABA, another one is TBA, another one is called our GRI, grassroots innovations. There are for 3 innovations, there is a lot of support has been provided. In the grassroots innovation in India, large number of private sector are also involved in which. And in case of the TBA, the institution like a DST, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, like the BIRAC project, Big BIRAC, these are the projects which help them to get it incubated from the different organizations. ABA, Agribusiness Incubation Units. Now we have 50 ABAs in the country supported by the Indian Council of Agriculture thing. They will be a first phase. They started the 25 ABAs. Again, another 25 ICR Institute, they have given another 25. There are 50 agribusiness incubation units, which help the people to commercialize our own technology developed by ICAR, so that the young entrepreneur youth can come up to the institution and take out the technology. They can have a commercialize on that. It's also providing the financial support of them. Large number of commodity. Now there is a move to bring ABA, Agribusiness Incubation Unit, in the Krishi Vigyan Kendras also in the move. In a very, days are not very far. Most of the KVKs are likely to give an ABA unit. So there is a lot of support has been provided to bring the youth to start an incubation unit, to start the business unit. With the help of the incubation center, we are providing incubator mentoring support, providing the accelerator program, and large number of aspects giving a mentoring support. In that way, the Startup India and Stand Up India is coming up well on that. In addition to the overall in government idea, which I said it about in ICR also in our agriculture sector, right? ICR also has created good number of initiatives for youth empowerment. All of you, you are all familiar in the universities as Student Ready program. It's a rural entrepreneurship awareness development yojana with the main objective to develop the rural entrepreneurship activities. So the undergraduate students, when they are in the final year itself, they will have a lot of exposure to the practical agriculture and in the allied sector, and it will help them to start and the new enterprises, entrepreneurial activity, and they will also gain a lot of hands-on experience in the entrepreneurial skills. So the Student Ready program is in a ICR initiative which has done it. Similarly, the ICR Institute also ICR also initiated a scheme called ARIA, as attracting and retaining youth in agriculture, and it has been implemented through our own Krishi Vigyan Kendras. Bring the name itself, it indicates that how do you attract the people, attract the youth, and also after attracting that they have to retain, they have to continue, they have to be sustainable in that same activities on that, for which there are support, training support, financial support has been provided in the scheme of ARIA. It is another important activity has been taken by ICR Institute. The another third initiative by ICR, it's called the Farmers First. Presently, there are around 51 institutions is being implemented, and the first FIRST stand for Farm Innovation Resources Science and Technology. It is the full form of the first, right? So here also a lot of innovation support. There are farmers, even there are youth who are much coming out with the new innovations in their farming area will be supported under the Farmer First scheme by our own agriculture education division. It takes care of it, this program. So ICR launched this program in 2015, which has been continuing in this plan. It's also likely to be continued in the future plan. That was the earlier comment which we received. Right. So this program also will give a more emphasis on the resource management, which I was discussing the challenges of the natural resources, right? Which will be addressing of that climate change in agricultural production management, storage, marketing aspects, supply chain, value chain, innovation system, information system, etc. So all these aspects are being taken care of. Norm being is the nodal institution for all these 51 Farmers First production program centers, and where Norm is having some role on the capacity building and mentoring role of aspect of them, which is spread over in the both ICR and Agriculture University. Similarly, there is another program of our ICR, which skill development program initiative of ICR, in which all KVKs and ICR Institute and Agriculture Universities, they have been given a good number of skill development training program, like vermicompost development or mushroom grower, quality seed production, poultry, good quality product, dairy farmer entrepreneur, beekeeping, organic. So you can have a list of entrepreneurial activity, right, which has been taken by all our the system of NARES, National Agriculture Research and Education System, which takes care of the skill development activities. Similarly, there are Agricultural Education Division also has supported to a strengthening of experiential learning units, EL units. We call more than around 400 units have been developed in different agricultural universities and the colleges. That also help to make the students to provide skill training during their undergraduation. Right, that helps them for entrepreneurship development, build the confidence, so that the earn while learn also, which has been implemented, the concept has been brought to them. There are a large number of modules are available under the experiential learning model. So, friends, I have covered now so far about the importance of our agriculture development, how for our the institute, the NARES system has brought changes in the production and the aspect, how our technology has made the production aspect sustainable, and at the same time in our country, which is having around more than 50% youth which are available in the country, how to bring the youth in our agriculture system, how can we bring the three aspect what our Prime Minister said, that bring the skill, how do you bring the scale up, how do you make it the speed up them, right? So for which there are large number of schemes of Government of India. Specifically from ICR also, there are good number of schemes which is making it. So let me conclude. So there is roadmap for the youth empowerment, which I have, whatever I have said it here, which has been concised here. So for our youth to bring it, you have to be able to bring the youth, have to be intellectually satisfied and economically rewarded. That's what I indicated in the slides. And our youth will be able to provide as a job seekers to job providers. So they will be given the status of the job providers and inclusion of the agri-science in our school education. Still some more strength to be given in an agricultural education. And there is a knowledge, skill, and attitude have to be imported so that the competency of youth can be enhanced and make the students to be exposed to the different type of aspect. The scheme like agri-clinic and agribusiness scheme and all will help the youth to exposed to different aspect of the agri. Well, when they are exposed, definitely the students will be, the youth will be attracted to start different type of entrepreneurial activity of them. Similarly, we also, in addition to that, the government also have to extend a proper support to them. We also provide a good number of infrastructure, provide a startup training, enhance the youth for the skill, and we have to tap the opportunities available in the commercial agricultural processing market aspect. Good number of success stories we have to bring it to the youth. So these all aspects, and we can bring them. Similarly, today the youths are very much conversed with the ICT usages, right? So let us bring the ICT component of them. Well, let us promote the ICT component among the youth, which can be used for in agriculture purpose. So that will help for them. So there are, what I would like to say that here, so there are 5 I factors, right, which are brought the new agriculture. One is innovation, inputs, incentives, investment, and institutional. These are the 5 aspects, 5 I's, which is very important in agriculture: innovation, agriculture, inputs management, incentive in agriculture, investment in agriculture, institutional infrastructure, which will make agricultural food and health security, which will be able to provide your food security, environmental sustainability, and economic opportunity to make the sustainable agriculture. So let us continue our efforts to reach to the sustainability. And also, I also would like to thank, this picture is of the NORM, where I'm presently working here. It's one of the very good campus, welcoming all of you to come to NORM whenever you come this side. Thank you. Thank you so kind of. Yes. Any discussion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir, please. May I know, please?
I'm Vanika Sundara.
Yeah, Professor. Yes, sir. Professor. Yes, sir.
No,
Sure.
It looks like there has been a very good planning and efforts taken to bring this large proportion of youth people into some form of entrepreneurship related to agripreneurship. Now, in your experience or in any other studies done, whether the young people are more inclined to more sustainable forms of agricultural business than the elderly or adults? Is there any?
Yeah, there are many studies which says that about actually youth in agriculture, it's not been progressing well. In fact, it's been in the declining stage. That's the reason the government has taken a lot of steps now. So to keep the people in our agriculture, providing a lot of support. Now the skill development in agriculture, skill schemes are supporting it. There is a transformation happening among the youth now, and which based on the technology. But the youths are not really interested in the production aspect, right? In the production aspect, they are not much, but beyond the production, they are able to contribute. There are a good number of startups which we are getting it nowadays. When the figure, we also have an agribusiness incubation units here. Large number of, we have recently I advertised for their ideas from the youth. Around thousands application has come with a lot of ideas in agriculture to promote to be agribusiness. That sensitization itself really, it's made me that really there is a change is coming up. Definitely, there is a change in coming up. And because most of the elder people are leaving slowly, they are declining it. I hope our India will reach to the some type of youth will definitely take up work in the future now.
Yeah. I mean, I have been to your campus about maybe 15 years ago.
Okay.
And then I realized that probably it remains the same. Now the prices of food and also the income levels of ordinary, somewhat lower class people
Yes, sir.
are somewhat low. I mean, so you can call them, they are under poverty line, but so they can somehow make ends because the food was cheaper. So whether we should take this dollar value or something to understand who is poor, whether all this such huge population in India is really poor, because if you can survive at a lower income, so which means I don't think that you have to consider one measure for all the countries to consider what is poverty. I don't know how it is generally calculated, but my experience was that people are getting only 50 rupees at that time, but they are okay. So
Now there are now of course as you said it, now the cost also escalation has happened at the same time that the income of the people also in with respect to other class of the people, I'm telling it moderately it's been enhanced it, which you are able to the bargaining or the purchasing power also has been slowly enhanced now.
Okay, thank you.
Dear participants, please ask your questions in the chat box.
Dr. Jaishilan? Yeah, Karthikeyan.
Yes, available.
How are you, Karthikeyan?
Karthikeyan. See Karthikeyan.
Sir, it's a good presentation about rural youth and the opportunities.
Yes, true.
I have a question, sir. I don't have that statistics. How many people are leaving agriculture and how many are having an attitude to come towards agriculture? But is there any fact like a large number of youth are attracted, or the large number of old people are leaving agriculture? Which one?
Data indicate around 40% of the people are leaving agriculture. That indicates that data we have it. But how many people are coming forward? What's the percentage of youth is coming to agriculture? That data is not existing there.
Okay.
But we have a data that around 40% of the people are leaving agriculture. It's been reported in many forums, many forms also.
Yeah, even in our college, many technocrats like engineering graduates, they are showing their willingness to come towards agriculture to start new enterprises and so on. But as a macro level, I have this fact. I want to know which is a real fact.
But the fact, what you said is retains same. But there are, even when we look into today you call for the startups application, you will get large number of engineering graduates who are applying for an agriculture fund. But we are not getting any application from the agriculture graduate who are applying for such questions. Number one. Number two, again, we need this one for society, being educated youth of engineering graduate, they are understood the concept of the agripreneurship. But we have to concentrate the youth in agriculture in the rural areas. Okay. That is most important now. So youth in rural areas who are completed at 10th level or 12th or having less education, they also have to bring in the entrepreneurship aspect. That's more important now. So those things will definitely make the people to agriculture to retain for a long time. Otherwise, agriculture, standing up agriculture for a long time will become a question of it.
Or do we need to think of reorienting our curriculum itself so that we inculcate a lot of entrepreneurial skills to our graduates during final year, so that they will immediately start up some enterprises or activities?
I understand that your 5th Deans Committee, lot of reforms, considering this is in mind, reforms in the courses have been designed. With the new courses also, they are given an option which has been indicated. I think a lot of changes have been done in the new curriculum aspect in the 5th Deans Committee. Now they know 16th Committee again. Now they are already likely to form or already formed now. Probably another 3 years that 16th Committee report also will be likely to come for it first.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question in chat box from Sandhya. Is labor scarcity a drawback for you to come forward in agriculture?
What is it? I'm not able to follow it. Hello?
Is labor scarcity a drawback for you to come forward in agriculture?
What is the question? Karthikeyan, what is the question she's raising? Youth can do agriculture, but our parent not accept, sir. That's one. How do we change it? Yes, you are the people who have to convince your parents. Still, they are in the traditional agriculture system. If you say that agriculture is not what they are doing earlier as a production alone, now agriculture has been changed to the agri-business. So you have to, having completed your graduation here in any of the colleges, you should be able to convince your parents that the earlier agriculture is different. Now we are in the agri-business area. So you have to change it now. Agriculture becoming a business domain. So in that way, your parents can definitely accept it. You can change them. You can change your parents. You bring a lot of success stories. How many youths have been today they are stand in the market. They are able to sell the product. There are many models have come. There are many models. The collection of the produce, value addition on the aspect, production aspect also. They brought a lot of changes. Even today morning when I was hearing the Tamil news in Sun TV, there is a farmer who has brought some type of a product. He has brought it some type of leaf. There are people are working on the medicinal and aromatic plants now. It's become a good successful model in different places. So you have to bring them. You have to convince them. Okay, if there is no more questions, Dr. Jaishalan or any organizer? Yes.
Thank you, sir. We have no more questions, sir. Now we invite Dr. R. Jaishankar, sir, Associate Professor from the Department of Agriculture Extension, Annamala University, to deliver the conference report. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, sustainable agriculture is using farming practices considering the ecological cycles. In simpler terms, sustainable agriculture is farming ecologically by promoting methods and practices that are economically viable, environmentally sound, and socially feasible. The present international conference emphasizes that the 2 technical sessions were conducted, in which 2 eminent personalities were delivered their lead lectures. In first session, Professor Padmasri, Dr. Vaniga Sundara, former professor and head Department of Agriculture Extension, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Paradenia, and former chair, Sri Lanka Development Journalist Forum, Kandy, Sri Lanka, delivered the lecture entitled Recent Challenges and Opportunities for Agriculture Extension in Promoting Sustainable Agriculture. In that way, he made it clear about agriculture and agriculture extension in Sri Lanka, sustainable agriculture, extension management, challenges and opportunities, and way forward. Next, Dr. S. Senthil Vinayakam, Principal Scientist and Head, ESM Division, National Academy of Agriculture Research Management, Hyderabad, Telangana, delivered the lecture entitled Youth in Agripreneurship for Sustainable Agriculture Development. He started with food security and clearly mentioned various things like food schemes in India, cropping pattern, changing consumption pattern, Indian agriculture sector, youth status in India, causes of the youth crisis, challenges for youth in agriculture, strategies for youth in future agriculture, and the roadmap for youth empowerment in his speech. Previously, Dr. M. Vetriselvan, Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture Extension, and the convener of the conference, welcomed the lead speakers, dignitaries, and participants from various countries. The program was inaugurated by our beloved Dean, Dr. M. Ganapathy, Faculty of Agriculture, Annamalai University, with his enthusiastic and encouraging words. Then the organizing secretary, Dr. P. Jayasilan, Professor of Agriculture Extension, has given a brief introduction about the importance of conference and introduced the lead speakers. At the end of the technical session, participants were actively involved in discussion with the lead speakers and cleared their doubts and shared their opinions. A total number of 352 participants were registered and almost 200 plus were participated this conference across the world, especially India and Sri Lanka, through Zoom and YouTube. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Finally, we invite Dr. V. Saktivel sir, Associate Professor, Department of Agriculture Extension, Annamalai University, to propose the vote of thanks as a closing part of this conference. Welcome, sir.
Most respected Dean, Dr. Ganapathy sir, distinguished guest speaker, Professor Batmasri, Dr. Vaniga Sundara sir, and Dr. Sendil Vinayagam sir, respected HOD, Dr. M. Vetriselvan sir, beloved Dr. M. Prakash sir, my dear colleagues, and all the participants, good evening to all. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries on behalf of the Department of Agricultural Extension, Annamalai University. I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed delegates of the conference for their presence and contribution to make this conference a great success. I would also like to thank our registrar and the other university authorities for giving permission to organizing conference and inviting guest speakers to conduct it. A special thanks to our Dean, Dr. M. Ganapathy sir, Faculty of Agriculture, for providing immense support to make e-conference successful. I extend to a very hearty vote of thanks to the distinguished guest speakers, Professor Batmasri, Dr. Vaniga Sundara sir, and Dr. Sendil Vinayagam sir, who spread time from his busy schedule to grasp the occasion. I thank guest speakers for gracing your crucial work and sharing with us your opinion and finding the e-conference. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. I extend my thanks to Dr. M. Vetriselvan, head of the department, to organize the conference successful. I would like to thank our beloved Professor Dr. M. Prakash for his guidance and moral support and conducting the e-conference. I must thank Dr. Kanaka Sabhabdi sir for helping and guidance for successful conducting the international conference. The organizing team, technical support from Dr. Dhanasekhar sir, Mr. Jayaprakash sir, and Kalachalvi madam, and Priyanka, and volunteers for working hard for the past few days to make this conference successful. Last but not least, our heartfelt thanks to the participants from Sri Lanka and the different parts of our country for active participation and learning. Thank you everyone once again for making it a great success.